The other link. Holy shit, restream is so dog shit. It's the other link. Yeah, how about now? Alright, let's see here. Unity. Sending me an email to log in. Ashes of Creation, October development update. Do you think they're doing anything? On their vaporware game? So, I don't want to have only these two games on my soundtrack list today. Let's see, what else do we have? Maybe that. Maybe those. Fine, maybe. That's all we got there. So. Oh yeah, I need to post it on Twitter too. So what we're doing is I have made a gigantic ass switch here, called the, my bitwise in switch, and here we are checking bits that we have set up here somewhere. Here. Assuming that this is correct. I don't know if it is because it's not done yet, so I can't see if it works. But I'm throwing in all 8 tiles surrounding our target tile into a little array here, so that they go around in a little circle. And then I am checking from 0. No, I am first we're checking up, right, down, left. So we're checking 1. I don't know why I'm checking 5 here first. That doesn't matter. But we're checking 1, then we're checking 5, which is down, and then we're checking 3, which is to the right, and then we're checking 7, which is to the left. Hello, Nicholas W. How's it going? Do I know you by some other name on Twitch? And then after we have checked these, so we're checking up, right, down, left. And there is a reason that I'm doing that first. And then down... I check those here. If. And then after those ifs, we have a little for loop here. I'm going to separate it so I can find it more easily. Hib sent me here yesterday. Oh. Oh, so you're a slave. You're a Kib slave. I do. Well, at least these. Tuesday and Thursday, I try to do these programming or art streams. Like I am really the artist, but I'm also apparently doing loads of programming now. And I'm just trying to get through this that we're doing right now, which is the entire like rendering system for the game. I'm trying to get that working. And then hopefully we're gonna go back to doing more art, because we haven't done that in ages. this was the last thing we were working on. A little big building here. And the big wall here I was struggling on. And the roof. But yeah. Tuesdays and Thursdays I stream during the day. And Saturdays and Sundays as well. I stream all day mostly. But here, after we have checked, like I said, we are doing bitwise here. I don't know if you know any programming, but we are doing bitwise bullshit here. And it looks like this. It looks exactly like this actually. As you can see bits here. In the calculator. Every 0 here is a bit. And every 8 is 1 byte. So, or I think, yeah, that should be right. So right now I'm using 1 byte, which is 8 bits. Which means you can count up to 255. Was why I dropped out of engineering college. Yeah, I did not learn this via school. I just learned all this on my own because school sucks ass. Like programming in college or in university is absolute dog shit. It's so unfun. But flipping the 8th bit means that we get the value 128. This one is 64, so if you combine them you get 192. It's that simple. This one is 1, this one is 2, combine them you get 3. 4, combine that and 1 you get 5, etc, etc. But I'm not really using them for that value. I am simply using it because it has 8 slots that I can flip. And I am checking 8 tiles around our current tile. Like this. The X is the current tile we're checking, so I'm checking from 0 to 7, which is 8. So I'm just like using 1 byte to store the status of each one we've checked. Because it's all I want to know is it there or is it not there? So then we just check to the right. If there's something there, we flip the bit that corresponds to that. This is very advanced. Like, normally when you're doing games, you don't need anything even remotely as advanced as this. All you need is, like, an if clause. Like, if press button, character move up. Like, that's a jump. It's not harder than that. But, we're making kind of difficult, or kind of advanced things. Like, we want to be able to walk inside buildings and stuff. And that is ridiculously hard. I couldn't impart their knowledge in a way my brain could understand. Yeah. Yeah, school never worked for me. So I just dropped out and I just started learning on my own. By just making a video game. That's how I learned. I started with Game Maker. I know a really good Game Maker tutorial for making a platformer. And that is, in my opinion, like the best way to learn programming. Like, literally just do this. Because just like following a 20-30 minute platformer tutorial, you learn like almost everything you need to know. You learn how to make for loops, you learn how to make like an if statement, and you learn like a little bit of like ways to think to do things. And then after that, all you need to do is really just think to yourself, what do I want to do? How do I do it? With like these things we've learned. And then you just Google a little bit. And then now you're like a full-fledged programmer. More or less. Like there is honestly not that much more after that you actually need to know to be a full game developer. Depending on what you want to make, of course. But here, after we are checking these bits and we are flipping them, we flip up, right, down, left. And then after that, we have a little for loop here that is a little bit complicated. It is... Oh, what am I even doing here? We are checking against the bit. It was all array and data application creation in C++ or C. What you learn describing is totally how I learn things, though. Yeah. In school, when they teach you programming, they always start from like super basics, and it's all like you have to learn like the entire history of like an array. Like, what is an array? An array is like a series of bytes. What is a byte? It is a bit. What is a bit? Oh, that is blah 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 blah. And it's just like you don't need to know any of that. But here you actually need to know that. So, the value 1 in a byte looks like this. It's 00000001. So 1 in bits is the furthest to the right in a series of bits. Like that, this is 1. This is how you write it. This 0b thing just indicates that this is a byte. So what you do is you write 1. That way you get this. And then you write 2 arrows to the left, which means that we are moving this 1 in the byte to the left. And if we move it like 3 steps, that means we can check against the third value. And that's what I'm doing here. I am checking the bitwise int that we have added these tiles that we checked earlier, the up, right, down, left to. And then I am checking that to see here. Like, well, long story short, I am checking whether 1 is true, and if 1 is true, then I am checking if 1 plus 2 and minus 2 are also true. So if 1 plus 2 is true, that's 3, that means to the right. Then that means that we have a tile to the right and up. And once we finally know that, we can check the tile in the corner in the middle. Because if we don't have these two, then this tile is like irrelevant. You still want to check it, I think, if you only have one up here. You want to check these two. I wonder if I'm doing that. Whatever. We'll figure that out later. When things are missing everywhere. But, because if you only have a tile in the corner, that doesn't affect, like, which tile I'm going to pick. And you have no idea what I'm talking about because you don't know even what I'm picking from or why. But I have these little tiles here. And when you go into a building and you're standing like on the second floor, then I want to show the outside of the building's first floor. And then on the second floor that we're standing on, I want to like cut off the front wall. But where it gets cut off, I want to have something like this. That's like showing where the wall is, where it's cutting off, what kind of shape it has. Because otherwise, you just can't see it properly what like anything is. And now I am trying to make the game like pick from this. Be right back. All right. But like I said, if there's a tile here only, like we're checking here and there's a tile here, that doesn't matter because they aren't connected in any way, so it won't show up. If anything, it'll just be like this. You know? Get these two. So there needs to be something here. For this to... Now, even if there is something here, this doesn't matter. Because you would still just pick the one that goes up. This one. Even if there is something there. So the only way it would matter is if there is something here and something here. Because then you have to check this. Because then it depends. Like you'd either want this. So that it goes up and it goes to the right. Or you would just want like this. Because there's something here. Like it's just a big thick wall. So that's what we're doing there. And then after we go through all of that, then it gets sent down here to this gigantic little thing that I made, which was not very fun. And these are 41 different combinations of bits and like tile possibilities that we've got. I've set up manually. And then we send this value, like the 41 or whatever, which is going to be everything up to this bit. This is 63. 63 is the maximum amount of tiles that I can have there. Because the last two are things that I need for other things. I'm using those tiles to send information to the shader, or those bits to send information to the shader that tells the shader what type of tile it's rendering. Like, is it visible? Is it invisible? Is it transparent? And I need those 3 states. So we got 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1. So I have 4. We have 1 more we can use. Oh, at least as it was going. Yeah, it is purely because I want to have well, it's nice that people can choose if they want to use YouTube, because a lot of people just have a YouTube and don't want to make a Twitch. But the main reason is because when I'm streaming games and such, it just automatically gets archived on YouTube. Because otherwise you have to go into Twitch and export every single stream every 14 days, and it's a pain in the ass. It's terrible. Oh. So now what we need to do is here now. This is where we are sending this is where we are checking the wall slice thing. And that is being added to the int here. I heard that you need a delay because of Twitch copyright stuff. I don't know about that. I don't think so. So now we are setting this byte properly here, I think. And that means, let's see. It's being converted to a color, which means it gets normalized to 0 to 0, between 0 to 1. That means we need to multiply it back up by 255. But where is it happening? It's this screen status texture. Set screen status texture, yeah. So the value we want is here in test color position. Oh yeah, it's there. So now test color position there. What does it look like if I run it now? Let's check that. It shouldn't work. If it even wants to run. I might have made it too heavy to run. It shouldn't be that bad. At least I didn't think it would be. It might run bad, but not this bad. Really? You're gonna crash? That's quite unexpected. Yeah, I'm still working on the shader stuff, dude. Actually, let's see here. It's so chewy? That's not a good thing. Looks good though. Why did it crash? I don't like when it crashes. It's better when it doesn't work or doesn't run or something. But like, crashing... I have to try again. See if it manages to run. Well, that didn't work. And this means that now I have to manage to figure out how to get it to work. And we have to do that by restarting Unity every single time. So let's figure out what is actually causing the issue. Barf, yeah. So I've got my little switcheroo here. Let's remove this switch. I've never used a switch this big, because I almost never use switches. So I don't know how heavy a large switch is. But I imagine it's the for loop. And I don't really want to do it the way I am doing it. I was just trying to get it to work before I've switched over. Is updating to Windows 11 good? Updating Windows is never a good thing. It's never been a good thing. But sure, do it. You could be my canary. I absolutely abhor Windows 10. And Windows 8 was somehow even worse. So I'm not moving up until I have to. Alright. So this is why it's not working here, I would assume. We return our switch to normal. And this is the issue. Because what I'm doing here is that every frame that the camera moves, I am updating the current on-screen tiles. So I'm taking like a slice out of the world's tile system based on where we're currently looking. And I am taking all of those and I'm sending them to the shader by like writing all of the values as colors to a three-dimensional texture. And that itself is kind of heavy, but what I'm doing here now is for every single tile, I am checking 8 tiles around it. So let's see. Normally we are checking 960 times 540, 518,000 tiles, and now we're checking 4 million. It should still run, I think, in my opinion, but it doesn't seem to want to. So we can remove this for loop here and see what happens that. Windows is moving the entire operating system towards being a mobile operating system. So every single change that they're going to make from here on out is going to be dog shit. Everything that they changed in Windows 10, there are only like 1 or 2 things that are made better. Like being able to do this with a window, go to the edge, and then have it do that. That was not a thing in Windows 7. And that's good. But otherwise, I don't know. Like, every single other thing is worse in the entire operating system. They made the control panel worse. This whole PC settings thing is dog shit. The user interface is absolutely horrendous, you know. New age design where nothing has like anything that you can like it's just hard to see anything There's no separators, no proper icons, no colors, nothing. It's so bad. Not to mention this. I absolutely despise this. Like, you go into the display settings and you have 6 monitors, and you're like, okay, I want to turn on my TV. Wait, which one is the TV? Is it 1 or 4? There you can actually see which display is which one. Oh, I didn't know that. Finally. So you can go into advanced settings down here to see which one is which. Like, they're just hiding everything, making everything worse. Just for Mark's generation, fucking mobile phone kids moving into desktops. So, I've removed this for loop here. Can we get it to run at least? Index was outside the bounds of the array. How? Ah. Yeah, fair enough. So we have to do tile plus x minus 1. Your bread looks good. Is greater than or equal to 0. Then we do tile plus there. No. No. We have to have if clauses here. If tile plus x minus 1 is greater than or equal to 0. Then we do 0. It also needs to be applied to... Why is there... Oh, there. Because 0 is top left. 7 is to the left. And 6 is bottom left. And we can only check those tiles if we are not on the left edge of the array. And then 0 also needs to have and tile plus stop x, no, y plus 1 is less than tile matrix dot get length 1, which is the height of the array. I don't like the height, because the y is not the height, in my opinion. The y is just like the length of the ground. So in this case, I feel like y is the depth, in a sense. And it has to be less than the length. And 1 is up. 1 does not need this, it only needs to be within the length. 2 needs to be +1 on the X, needs to be less than the pound matrix get length 0. And less than that. The 3 needs to be this. This needs to be, because all of these, whenever you're working with arrays, you always have to make sure that any and all checks you make are always within the array, otherwise it will throw an error. Four is going to be hey Brainoid, how's it going? 4 is down there, so it needs to be within that. But it also needs to be greater than -1y is greater than 0. Real, how you doing? I'm buzzing, dude. Yeah, no, I'm fine. I took a 4-kilometer walk today. I did some running as well. I need to get back in shape. I've never been in shape, but I need to get back in shape. After being on medications, I've been absolutely destroyed. And I just really need to start working out. Like, I thought... I started having pains in my feet when it was cold. And that started when I started on my second set of antidepressants. And I thought it was a side effect from the medication. But now that I'm not on it anymore, it's like worse than ever. So I have started to realize that it's actually just... I am 30 plus and my physical condition is absolutely ridiculously bad. So it's literally just bad circulation. So I need to start working out. Oh. Or I'm gonna die. Like, unironically. And 5, that'll be this then. Buy a bike? I have a bike. I don't like that. You work out your entire body much more when you're actually running and walking. But there should be more things here. 7 is to the left. But this 6, that's bottom. So that needs to be... needs to have this too. And 5 is not just minus 1 y, it's also x plus 1. This is 3, that's to the right. Oh, now it looks a bit better. What do you think about my my bitwise switch here? Brainoid. Like it's beautiful. I made all of these manually. There's just like 41 bitwise or bit combinations. It was very fun to make. Not at all. Not even a little bit. But let's see if that works. Or if it's gonna throw more errors. That seems to work. We're actually getting some stuff there, but it's not doing at all what it's supposed to. Now the game is running at... Why does it get worse and worse when I go up here? Like the further into the map we go, the worse it gets. That makes no sense. And when I come down here, it gets less and less. I mean, it makes sense here. Because the further off the map I go, the less it needs to read. But here... it should be fine. Anyway, I'm doing all these checks every single frame, but I should just do them once. And they should be... It shouldn't even be when you launch the game. It should be done once. On my end. And then it should be like hard saved into the maps files. But that probably means that this still doesn't work. Let's try this again. See how it goes. Probably won't run. But at least it doesn't throw errors now, I hope. No. So let's try doing this on start once instead. And writing all of this into the tiles. And see if we can actually run it that way. Because I need to be able to test it. Also, a bike in winter in Sweden, not to be recommended. Unless you want to die. Nope. Small word. So here we have check wall slice. And all we do is we return tile type. Then at start here, we need to go to tile. And we need to add public int. It needs to be called something stupid, just so I know what it is. I don't know what to call it. Slice through tile bitwise, so that I remember that it is that. Now there needs to be another 0 there when we generate the tiles. And then we are writing stuff, writing. And now, here, I suppose, we do for Z tile matrix dot get length 2 for Y tile matrix dot get length 1 for X tile matrix dot get length 0, and then we do tile matrix X Y Z dot slice through tile bitwise equals bitwise equals it just needs to be equals, I think. -1 this morning here. Winter's approaching. We've actually had like pretty warm temperatures here. (6°C). 5 tomorrow. 3, 2, 0. It's not gonna freeze until Sunday. But it's definitely winter. So we need to set that. And we need to set that by doing text wall slice. New, no, vector 3 int. And tile matrix, that is not what that is. New vector 3 int x, y, z, right? So that's gonna check that, and then it returns the int value. It's currently +3. Yeah, it's something like that here. And I'm not very happy about it, because I decided to start going out for either like a long walk or a run every day for the entire month. And it's very, very muddy. It's not, I can barely walk on the road. But here now, then we're checking every single tile, and then we're checking the tiles around. And then we're setting the value of that tiles bitwise there. And then is this is start, right? Yeah, start. And then here now, I'm doing this whole check wall slice thing, but instead it should just be tile matrix dot bitwise slice through thing. Like that. Take my dog Rosie for an hour, 1 hour walk in the mornings. That sounds good. That's roughly how far I'm walking. It's a little bit further. Does that work? Can it run without crashing? It's gonna take a shitload of time to launch now, though. I imagine. But it should run. You can't tell me that now. What, this one? The semicolon's down there. It's 32, color 32, which means it's 4 values, and I just like to split it up like this to make it more readable. Programmers everywhere have panic attacks when they see how I format things. This is like running any small project in GameMaker. It takes this long. To end the first. What? No, this is the entire. It starts there and it ends there. New color 32. It's all this. This part doesn't need a semicolon. This is what it starts there, ends there. Oh, the commas. I know. Man, how am I gonna do this? I think if we can get this to run, if this runs once, which means that we can actually launch it by waiting, I am going to have to write this to a file. And then we can just load the values from the file. But it also means that every single time that I change something, then I have to do this again. But this should work. Theoretically. Have we tried the equivalent of beating it with a brick? No. I just want this to work because I have to set every single wall tile to contain like the correct slice through tile to display when I'm cutting the building apart to like show things properly when you're inside it. And I don't want whoever is going to do whatever map design we're going to do, I don't want them to have to set like for every single tile, like, oh, you have to set like 4 variables for every single one. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see how progress comes along. Like, I haven't posted any art for a long time. Because I've been stuck trying to get this to work. But it's at the very end. And right now it's throwing a hissy fit. It doesn't want to work. Dude, you're just checking like, I don't know, 60 million tiles? Don't be such a wuss. What I'm gonna do, if this fails, whether it fails or it runs, I'm gonna make the map really, really small. That way, it won't flip out. But this is not looking very promising. Not responding. That doesn't mean that it's not working though, but... I don't like that it's using so little CPU. Why? Shouldn't that spike to like 100% trying to build? Just want it to run once. Just once. I wonder if we can do this. Because the thing is, when it crashes like this, it's really hard to tell, like, what is actually happening. Like, is it only crashing because I'm stressing it too much? Or is it crashing because something isn't working the way it should? Like, it's getting stuck in a loop somewhere or whatever. I just don't know. So, what we can do is we can check it out. Maybe. So we go here, and we set a breakpoint attached to Unity. And we play it. Now it's there. F11. Goes through this. Goes down there. Through that. Yeah, this is why. I made an incorrect for statement here. Or for loop. It's supposed to iterate it inside, but it's not doing that. Alright. So, what's actually happening is that I have basically a while loop that is just never ending. So here, or at the end of it, I plus equals 2. Now we try to run it. Because I think it should run. That's the thing. It should run. I can't imagine that it's that heavy that it can't run. Come on. It runs. Sick. Now, nothing works. But it runs. That is very good. Very good, very good. That means we can go over here and we can think a little bit. So what we need now is, let's see here. I need 2 ints. Int slice selector. Selector. And we need int what? Render state. Maybe. Man, can we get rid of this? We don't need it. Let's get rid of the door and character. And then here. Then we do render state equals c dot no, it's test color position dot w times 255 parentheses and then you do an and. We open the calculator. And 192. So if I understand correctly, and I'm not sure I do, this means that here we are sending this color to the shader, and the color is the bits that I set before. Watch stream girls here. Oh, that's so sexy. Block temporarily? What do you mean temporarily? Block forever. There we go. Anyway, we are using the bits to check the tiles around, to decide which tile we're picking, and we're doing that by setting the bits, the first 6 bits in a byte, based on the tiles around. And then here, the last 2 bits are set to determine whether the tile is visible, invisible, or transparent. So what I need to do here then is this test color position.w times 255. That's the 32-bit color that we send to the shader, and that is a value between 0 to 1 because it's been normalized. So then to get it back up to what it's supposed to be, we need to multiply it up by 255 because it's a 1 byte. It's a 32-bit color, which means it is 4 bytes. You've got 1 byte is red, 1 is green, 1 is blue, and 1 is alpha. And those colors are a value between 0 to 255, because that is the maximum value of 1 byte. And then when you grab that color, it's grabbed in a value from 0 to 1. So you need to multiply that value, that 0 to 1 value, by 255 to get the correct value between 0 to 255. And then we do this little AND thing. The AND means that, like here I'm doing render state equals test color position times 255 and 192. That means that the value that's going to be set to render state is whatever value where the bits are the same on these 2 values. So if you have like 3, then the first bit and the second bit are 1. And then if you do AND with 1, so you have 3 and 1, then that only returns 1. Because 1 is the only bit that is the same on both. And 192 is the value you get when you flip both of the last ones, which means that we are only grabbing the last 2 bits here and setting render state to that. And then we need to do slice through tile equals test color plus.w times 255 and now we do the opposite here, 63. If I understand correctly, but what was I doing here? Slice through tile. Int bitwise. Okay, so that's a float 4. So then what we need to do is, instead of slice through tile, slice selector, that needs to be float 4. So then we do slice selector equals slice through tile, and that wants me to send 1 bitwise int, and that's where we should have had We just need to send that then. Except that this is not an int. That's a float. Anyway, I'll be right back. wishes are being satisfied. Nice. I need to switch YouTube to being on in English. I absolutely hate Swedish. Can't understand anything. It's actually break time right now, but I'm going to keep going. Because I need to go and take care of laundry in a little bit. That'll be my break. So, where were we? Let's cast that as an int, maybe. What I want to do is we are setting the render state here. Did that. But after that's done, I want to shift this 6 to the right. Because I'm setting it as like 1 or 2, and then I'm shifting it 6 to the left to push them to the absolute to the 7th and 8th bits. But I want to push them back, because then it'll make sense here. It'll work with whatever we have here. But we have to, instead of it saying this test color position W, it needs to say render state. Render state. Render state. No, this needs to be slice through tile. There. Because that takes one int. Yep. So then, as long as we do that, after every single time we do C equals here. Right? Seems to be correct. Let's see what that does. Unsigned int type required. What about now? That seems to have worked. Did that really not work? Oh, poker after dark. We are struggling. Does this work? Seems to work. You just need to cast it to an int. Alright, okay. We can do that. Int. There. Let's see if it runs. So, what it should do now is it should mostly act normally the way it did before. At least as long as there's not a character in the vicinity or a door. Unfortunately, like last time, it takes forever to launch. I should have made the map smaller. That'll speed that up drastically. Because I think the map is pretty big right now. For no reason. Yeah, yep. Now it's behaving more like it should, at least. I mean, not quite like it should, but more like it should. Which is good. Let's remember to do that right away then. The map is... 1,000. How big does it need to be? What is the screen? 960 divided by 24. That's 40. That's 41 tiles? Is that it? No, it's not. Because that's tiles. Let's just make it 160. 160. And maybe like 20 high. Index out of bounds. How? Oh, I know why. if we're gonna do 160, what's the closest multiplied by 6? 10, 20, 25, 150. Alright, 150. And 26 times 4 is 24. I'm just using some times 6 multiplication shenanigans when I'm writing out the map. What platform does it work? Well, we're not really that far into anything. It almost works on Windows. But PC is the main target, regardless. If we can get it to work on something else, that's a bonus. That depends heavily on Unity, though, I suppose. There. Not sure what's going on with that there. Whatever. So now this is what we need to do. Everywhere. Everywhere is a lot of places. Normal region. I'm not sure this ever happens, but let's do it there anyway. And then we do render state. Render state. Render state. Render state. Again? Jesus Christ. This is assuming that my bitwise stuff is actually setting it to the right value here. Hey Light, how's it going? No. One more. Seems right. Two windows open, still 19.5 C inside. That sounds terrible. Because what would it be if you didn't have those windows open? I'd have the exhaust fan on. Alright. Now, why is it doing what it's doing there? I'm not nibbling on any nuts. This is really strange. Like, why is that happening? That's bothering me. Because this, where you can like see through that was not an issue before. So where does that come from? And why? And like that on the side, that should not be what it's rendering there. Why is it even doing that? I know why. I know why. It's because before it was set to some of these, and I switched these two around, so now they're a bit different. That's why that's showing. So it has nothing to do with that. But it's still weird though. Why is it showing there? That should just be wall. And why isn't it doing the same thing here? Is it because of the door? Yeah. Okay, so the door is more correct somehow. How come the door is more correct? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do now. And this is the entire reason why this is so hard. Like, we have buildings that you can walk behind, and in front, and inside. And they have multiple floors that you can stand inside. Is each floor of a building a different array or array level? It's not that simple. It's rather that every single tile is an array entry. It's honestly more like Minecraft. Like, I have a 3-dimensional array that consists of a tile class. And that tile class has some information. It's got a vector 4 with a tile index. It has a bool that tells you if it's visible or not. It's supposed to also have some variables to determine whether it causes collision or not. And then based on the camera position, I have another array for this that just contains the slice through of the map that is currently on the screen in a 3D array. And then I take those values, I take these values from the tile index, which points to a tile slice on my tile sheets. This. And then I simply take that value and I write it as a color to a 3-dimensional texture that I send to the shader. And then the shader uses that value to check against the tile, the tile sheet, and then it just renders that. As long as it's, you know, as long as it's been decided that it's rendering, which I'm doing with all this fucking code. And so far it runs fine. It runs at like 80 FPS for me at least. And the whatever when you're doing things in engine here, it usually runs worse than it would after it's built as well. Usually. It's kind of hard to know, really. But see, this is what's weirding me out right now. When I move outside, it's like doing little slice throughs of the building. And apparently it's also like deleting the uppermost wall there. I don't really understand. That has to come from this somehow. This. So what if we do this? Let's do it down here. There's some rounding error that's happening here. Like it's at like 2.99 and it's supposed to be 3, but the 99 is just getting cut off when it's getting transformed to an int. And it's something like that. It's happening. So if we try rounding it first, we'll see what happens. Nope, it's still fucked. Oh, why? Like, what's so weird is that it's not happening when I'm inside. So what's causing it? And I'm not doing anything with this slice selector yet. And we need to get this to work first. It could be this. Plus y minus z. But this should be right. Right? One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That should be what it should be. Not more sexy girls, come on. Aren't there... I fucking hate YouTube. Are there any settings anywhere? YouTube Studio. It's not because of those that I hate YouTube. I hate YouTube because all of its settings, its dashboards and everything are fucking awful. Like, Twitches are bad, but YouTube's are... Whew. Manage, manage, manage. Community. Blocked words. But there's nothing to block. Because the blocked words, that's not going to be a user. So there's no way to block this. Right? Unless adding it to block words works. No, 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 no. I've done that 5 times now. They keep coming back because they have multiple accounts. Hide user on this channel is what it's called. That's what. Make me a mod? Alright. No, you're on Twitch. I know. Yeah, but I can't see you in the chat, so I can't click you. Type something. There you go. Now you have the power to stink up my chat and ban Martin. Whenever he goes on YouTube instead for some reason. What was I doing? Yeah, I was chasing the reason it's being fucky. That's what I'm doing. Yeah. It's probably restream, if I'm gonna be honest. so weird. Why doesn't it work? Like it shouldn't have this problem. Because it doesn't have this problem. Like if I go behind, it's fine. If I go here, so like what is causing this? And Ria is having the same kind of issues, kind of. Now that I think about it, it's like it's... Settings, community... Default. It's set to that. No, the chat message is there. Alright. But what I'm noticing here is that it's like it's skipping something. See, when I go inside here, it's showing the outside normally now. But when I'm standing here, it's like it's overwriting the top white thing here too. So it's actually drawing the back side of the building there, or the inside wall. Why is it doing that? Why is it working when I'm standing inside? I didn't change that. I didn't change that! So it's gotta have something to do with this. But it shouldn't be this. Like, this should be wrong. But let's try doing that, I guess. It's gonna be wrong, but let's try. Yeah, didn't work either. But it didn't do much at all. So, I don't know. Like, this is really all I've done. And I added these pointers here. It's not a pointer, but it is pointing. And then here I am setting this to be that. And then I move it 6 to the right. Ooh. I need a break, but I don't get a break yet. 192. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I did have some bots. Oh, kids. There, it's fixed. Nice. It was simple. So now we can walk around in our buildings properly again, more or less. Still needs ridiculous amounts of polish though. But that works. But now we need to figure out how to render the things that I want to render. It's just a little tricky. Now what I kind of need... I kind of need to have a zone for each room. Like, each room needs to be a zone. And that room needs to have a number associated to it. And it needs to have a height associated with it. So that we know at what height to cut the building when you want to show the insides. Burger NFTs? What does that even mean? Oh, they're just selling pictures of burgers, or? Here's your unique NFT burger. Every burger is unique. We're all switching over to McDonald's. Gibbs really wants his McDonald's. Still like 20 minutes. 30 minutes left. Nah, 20 minutes. Until I get to go on break. Burgers are too small. Just order a bigger burger. They have to have bigger burgers. My work schedule? Usually between 12 and 6:30. But I only stream game-related stuff Tuesdays and Thursdays. And 12 and 6:30 is Sweden time, so... The burger file one? Holy shit. Thing is, I don't want to set these things manually. So how do I get the information for how tall a room is supposed to be? I have some ideas. For example, let's say you have a room. The room has 2 doors, but I can't read the doors. But what I can do is if I can figure out how to like see that something is a room, then you can find the corners, and then you check the corners straight up, and then you take the majority of the values that you get. That is how tall that room is. And the reason for that is that there might be a ladder or a step or stairs or whatever you want to call it in one corner, for example, and that might just be like a hole straight up to the next level. And I just want as little as possible having to be done manually for every building and every room. And I'm just thinking, like how would I do it? Because there are some issues that are like, my current idea is to just go through the map, and then if I find a floor, then I check all the 8 tiles around it, and if the corner tile plus its 2 adjacent tiles are filled in with a wall, that means it's the inner corner of a building. And if you find that, then you start tracing the entire building around until you get back to where you were. But that might not work either. Man, how should I do this? Anyway, I think we should make a new class. At the very least. Call it building. Call it building. And the building class contains a public list of vector 4s. Vector 3s. Yeah, vector 3s, sure. Called corners. Corner. Let's just say corner. And it also contains public int room height. Public int room number. Maybe. I don't know if it needs that, but it can have that. And I really need to go to the bathroom. All right. Yeah, I'm not really sure. If we use 4, it's only 15, that's pretty shit. $15 times 4. It's a really small sheet. I don't want to do that. There are just some small issues that I would like to solve in a different way, but I can't. Like a door, for example. The door is just smashed on the wall. But the 2 bottom tiles of the wall has to be removed. And that's what's causing me some grief right now. Because I can make it like mask the tiles, the first tile it finds, and just go through it and then render the next stuff under it that it finds, so it shows the floor or the back wall or whatever instead of the wall that's actually there. That way I've created doors that I can just apply to any wall. But the limitation is that it has to be exactly the width of 2 tiles or 3 tiles. Like, it has to be exactly the width of X amount of tiles, so that I can remove the bottom 2 tiles of the wall and turn that into the whatever the threshold is going to look like. Because I can't have 2 textures in the same space. Because the wall takes up this space. But so does the floor. And I can't have both the floor and the wall there. So that needs to be removed. But what that means also is that now I have to treat this as an opening. So the idea I had with the building before was that I go and find the corners, and then I follow the wall until I find the next corner, follow the wall until we find the next corner, follow the wall until we find the next corner, etc., until I find where we started. And then I turn that area into the building. Or into that room. But because the doors work this way, it'll just like go outside there. But what I could do is, I suppose, I could check. Like, instead of just checking around, I can check around and also the layer above. But then that becomes a lot heavier as well. Twice, in fact. Twice as heavy. Raisins. Can't stop eating raisins, dude. I suppose we can do that. Because if I just do this with like all the doors, that the two bottom tiles are removed. Oh no. It actually... It needs to have another variable. It needs to have something that says that it's a door. Because it needs to have that variable for the pathfinding. Otherwise, the pathfinding won't be able to differentiate between that and just somewhere it can walk normally. So it has... the door entrance has to be like, this is a door. And it's gonna be interesting to see, because I have seen a lot of AAA devs whine about doors and pathfinding. And I still don't understand what the fuck they're talking about. It seems so fucking simple. It's like, oh, we're checking for pathing. Oh, let's see, is there a door here? Yes. Is it open? Yes. Okay, then go through it like it's not a door. Otherwise, is it not open? No? Okay, then don't go through there. The only real difficulty is when you plan out the path, because you have to plan out the shortest route for an AI to go somewhere. And when it comes to doors in that scenario, what you have to do is you have to make each door like a stretch. So first you plot the path, the closest path to a destination through the doors. Treat the doors as they're open. And then you check, is one of the doors closed, is the door closed, is the door closed, etc, etc. And then if it can be opened, then they just go and open it. And that's it. If they can't open it, then you have to pathfind from this point, and then do the pathfinding again, but treat the door like it's closed. And then you need to check the pathfinding. Okay, it's a little bit complicated, but not really that complicated. Chill W cat. I have no idea what that is. It's a cat sitting in a thing. I hate Restream. I'm gonna try setting it up, but if I can, I want to simply have Twitch chat and YouTube chat above one another in the side of OBS. Like here on the side. Like I have the Restream chat here. But the thing is, when you stream with the Restream, it tells you to log in with the Restream, and that logs you out of Twitch, so you don't get to keep those login credentials. So we'll see, because I can still add those widgets manually, but because the Restream chat is terrible. Like, you can't see redemptions, you can't see emotes. Not good. I'm still logged in. I'm not sure what you mean. See here? When you go into Restream here, you can connect your account. And the same is true when you select Twitch. You can connect your account. And that automatically opens like the Twitch chat stats and everything. Under view, docs. But now I'm gonna have to add that manually. Because when you log into Restream via the OBS settings, it removes those from the docs. So you have to add them as custom browser docs. And then it's just a browser, which may or may not handle the cookies properly, because it's a built-in browser in OBS, which is terrible. Hey Robert, how's it going? So let's check these tiles. Did I write down anywhere what everything is? I did not. So let's go into the tile, actually. X equals X value on sheet. Y equals Y value on sheet. Z equals target sheet in tile sheet array. And W equals tile type. 1 equals 1 equals what? Outside ground, I think. Two equals, let's make new lines. Two equals inside floor. Three, 4 equals roof. Three equals a wall. But then we also have horizontal. 5 equals wall vertical. Now we need what? 6 equals door? But I think it is time for that break. I was waiting for my phone to ring, but I don't think I actually set a timer properly. But the washing machine takes 3 hours and like 11 minutes or something. So it should be done. There? So I'll be back in I don't know, 30 minutes. Or something like that. Well, there, we're back, but it's gonna be a little bit weird. Because the next break is in 30 minutes, and that's when I gotta go and grab my remaining clothes anyway. That's gonna be a little bit funky. You're finally awake? Shut up, Martin. Fucking scared. I think all these raisins are giving me armpit itches. No raisins. No Google results for raisin itchy armpits. Okay. So we're not drawing. I am drawing walls here. Let's see. CFO? What's that? I don't want to mine less effectively. What do? Stop mining. Can you even get a firearms license over there for anything other than hunting? I'm not sure about here, but I think the only two reasons to have a firearm is hunting and like target practice, I guess. From where is he watching this? I don't know, dude. You can also have them illegally. Yes, you can. Yeah, any kind of interaction is terrible on YouTube. Not to mention people being on different platforms and trying to talk. Fuck! I want to eat more raisin bread. Anyway, where are we? Here. We're writing fives. Yeah. I have it set up to ultra low latency as well. And it's still ridiculous. It's like 4 times as long as it is on Twitch. It's the best by a mile? No, it's dog shit. It's dog shit unless you want to stream at insane resolutions for no reason. Oh. Yeah. Do my streams look worse on Twitch as well? Or is it just yours? Because Twitch has a bitrate cap. And because of that, yours will get worse. Because 440p at 60 FPS. Like it's the cap is 6000 kbps, and it's just not nearly enough. Like it needs to be like 12,000. Let's see. Bitrate calculator. What is 440p? 2560. Why are you making me 560, 440, 60? Yeah, the recommended bitrate for a 440p stream is between 17,500 to 33,000. So that's like 11,000 above Twitch's max limit. I don't know how accurate this is though, let's find out. It's pretty accurate. 720p 60 FPS is a bitrate of 4,500 roughly. And 1080p is like 10,000 for 60 FPS. So 60 FPS 1080p is actually not viable on Twitch. Not really. I'm gonna stay on Twitch because the chat is 10 times better, and I don't want to stream at 1080p anyway. How's the chat better? Delay is like a million times fast. Like, the difference is insane. Talking to people on YouTube is terrible. Yeah. The delay is not better on YouTube. It's way, way worse. YouTube with 3 billion users. YouTube, it doesn't work like that. YouTube, 3 billion users of random nobodies who will never ever watch a stream or even like find a stream. Like, who even looks for streams on YouTube? Do people even do that? Like, Twitch has by far the more user base for streaming. It is specifically for streaming. Streaming is only huge on YouTube for YouTubers. Like that. Like, you can barely even look for games on YouTube. Like, you have to just be following someone for like some other reason. Such a dogshit website. It's great. Fuck you. Oh, gonna eat race. Writing walls. And then here we are also writing walls. Yeah, no, it is Sunmade. It's the American ones from California. Yeah. Nah, I like it's all bullshit. Like, it doesn't matter whether you're streaming on Twitch or YouTube for like a reach or size or whatever. It's a total meme. So here. Does matter? No, it doesn't matter. Well, yeah, but that's true for any website. That's not just YouTube. That's Twitch as well. And ceiling is higher. You don't know that. No, you don't know that. Twitch has over 3 million people streaming monthly on the platform and over 15 million viewers each month. By comparison, YouTube has around 700k live stream viewers each month, and far fewer people live streaming on the platform each month. When was this written? Doesn't say. But you can't compare you can't compare just the users of Google. That's not the accurate user base that you're actually targeting. That's like saying you're selling something and everyone with a credit card is your customer. Like, it's just not true. Twitch is by far the bigger streaming site. It's not. It has less viewers. It has less users watching streams. Yeah, but he's a YouTuber as well. And if you're doing YouTuber stuff like regular videos and stuff, then of course it's better to stream on your YouTube channel than it is to stream on your Twitch channel. But if you're exclusively a streamer, this website has by far the most user base. Yeah, there are streamers here with much bigger viewers, so like it. I watched Quinn play Path of Exile. He has like 17,000 viewers watching him just spurg out. Like, on Blackfield on all streaming sites. I'm gonna stop restreaming to YouTube now. Just you guys are being gay. So what do I need to do here? This needs to happen again. Why is there an 11 here? Thumbs down? Oh yeah? How about I ban you on YouTube? He's actively pushing my YouTube channel for some reason. Because he can't link my Twitch channel. I don't even want to use the YouTube. If he organizes his shit. My shit is organized. You don't know what you're talking about. There's plenty of playlists in there. Yeah, but your audience sucks. Do you want to follow Better TweetDeck on Twitter? No thanks. Okay. You banned all the interesting folks? The like 2 insufferable people that Martin still can't let go of? Why is it like this? That's why. This is supposed to be... Six? No? One, two, three, four. Is he a mod? Is that why he's green? Is green mod? I thought he had like donated or something. Yeah, the approval seems... Because it's not showing up on Restream. I can't see. When something is held. Martin a mod, do you think I'm retarded? I mean, that's what you said. Actually, you're a mod? Like, who are you talking to? You were talking to Martin. That wasn't you. And what is that? Why does that have different values? I absolutely abhor building buildings like this. You like that song? What song? Have some Ace Combat songs here. Make me a mod here? No. Twitch follower goal gauge? Little Big Go Bananas? Yeah, that's my theme song. What have we made here? Now there are some walls there. Whatever that means. Why is it drawing it like that? It's kind of weird. Still no walls there. The delay as well? That's what I said. Doing pads on another car. Oh. Do you really need to try? I mean... You think you'll fail? It's set on ultra low latency, dude. Ultra low latency. Upload defaults, advanced settings. It's not there. Yes, I hear you, phone. Yeah, like I said, it is set to ultra low latency, but it still sucks ass. Anyway, didn't get anything done there because I had to argue with Kibbs and make him see how incorrect he is about things that I'm correct about. So I'm gonna go and grab my laundry, so I'll be right back again. You can help by beating Kibbs' cheeks. Keep him in check when he gets uppity, which is all the time. Now let's see here. I'm gonna get breaded. What does that even mean? Okay. So. This needs to be X11. No, it needs to be X12. If Z is less than 12. Right, okay. Twelve, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, no? 12, 0 to 5, 6 to 11, 12 to 17, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 12 to 17. There. And we take that. We paste here. Remove first and the last. I guess. And then it needs to be 5s, apparently. Well, don't build it. S 17. And this is then building number 2, I guess. What am I listening to? Six and this. One, two, three, four. This is a Jesus song. Ace Combat X2 soundtrack is out there fighting evil. This is Ace Combat 2. X2. HSS. As long as you have the right thickness of those pads, like it seems pretty easy. But like everything that doesn't include soldering inside the computer is easy for the most part. It's just a little bit tedious. Tired and nothing matters? I understand. Poor guy. Alright, let's see what we're creating here. I don't know if I set the buildings to be the right building. Which building is which? Let's see here. Building number 3. This is building number 3. 1, 2. Yeah, that's what I thought. Fighting evil. He's no one knows where he is. It's just some random airplane pilot is just flying around. No one knows where he is. Everyone's lost track of the airplane. Anyway, we have written out these walls now. I think mostly properly. There's some weird shit going on there, though. Not sure what that's about. Make game faster? What if I go on strike? Because you're such a mean poopy head. Now we just wait for 5 minutes until he hears that on YouTube, so he can respond. There we go. Don't make the conflict. I'm going to start up a feud with Gibbs for no reason. Why am I doing this twice in the same building? Twelve, 17. 6, 11. And this should be... sixes. And now these two are the same. I'm now confused! What's happening? This needs to be 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. And then these belong there. Because this is the same building. This is building 3. This is building 1. And this is building 2. And I think this is where I set the door. So what if we set this to 6s? But I don't really have any way to handle a 6 yet. See, this is the thing, like we're close, but there's gonna be a bunch of stupid ass details that are gonna be super annoying. And I'm running out of steam today. We're gonna keep going. Oh. Let's see what we're doing now. Not really sure what's happening. Something weird is going on up there too. When I move around, it changes everything. I'm not sure why the roof is getting overwritten in the fashion that it is. Right floors. Yeah, that's because here I write the floors, and I write the floors as a 6x6 square. But then I overwrite them with the walls. And that includes the roof. What am I doing? We need to create buildings. let's start writing a new method here. Call it. I don't really want it to return anything. I want it to do. What should it do? Nothing. Just make it a void for now. Void building checker. And what does it do? It will iterate through the tile matrix again. And if tile matrix x y z dot tile index dot what w equals 6 or I need a shitload of ores here. Equals what is a wall? 3 and 5, I think. 3, 5. Now that's not really what I'm looking for, though. I am looking for an inside floor, which is what? Is it 1 or 2? Inside floor is 2. So it needs to, if it finds a floor, what kind of radio show is this? This isn't a radio show. I think you have misunderstood. Checker tile array. I mean, we can reuse that. For I length is checker tile array dot length. Checker tile array I equals new tile. Is that fine? Think so. To request a song? He thinks we have song requests as well. Oh. And now if we find a floor, then we need to do this. You win a free can of whoop ass. Where am I doing exactly this? Here. But instead of tile post, it just needs to be X and Y. Tile pots dot replaced with nothing. Some books on BASIC from the 1980s. I don't think BASIC would help you in like any way. I think BASIC is gibberish to pretty much everyone. What does BASIC look like? Basic syntax. Basic is impossible to Google because it keeps finding you like basic stuff, not basic. Beginner's all-purpose symbolic instruction code. It is high level. This is the basic. I equals 1. Print test number. Why is there an I there? That has to be a bug. Or maybe not. It prints test number and then it prints I. Okay. It's weird that there's a semicolon there. And then it adds 1 to I. And if I is less than 10, it goes to 20, which was this one, and it prints that again. And it just repeats. Yeah. I'm not sure you want to make any video games in that. Roller Coaster Tycoon was some machine text or something. I don't even know what that is. Computer programming. So this will tell the array to tell the compiler to render roof tiles now instead of wall tiles for the roof? No. I'm not too worried about that right now. I'm trying to write some code that will... It will go through all the tiles on the entire map. And then when it finds a floor, it's going to check the 8 tiles surrounding it. And if we find that 7, 0, and 1 are true, or if 1, 2, and 3 are true, 3, 4, and 5 are true, or 5, 6, and 7 are true, that means that we are in a corner. And if those are true, I'm going to set that as 1 point. In the building. And then I'm just gonna do that until I've checked the entire building. And then those coordinates are that will be each corner for what constitutes as that room. Is this to trigger some sort of flag? No. This is so that I can automatically turn each of these into their own like room, and then we can, once it has been set to be a room or a building or whatever we want to call it, and it has all the corners, then I can check each corner and raycast up until I find a ceiling or a floor or something like that. Or I have like a timeout that says like stop checking if it's, you know, you've checked more than like 20 tiles or whatever. And then I just set that as that room. That way we can also get the information of how high is this room. Like where is the next floor? Because I want to, like, I don't want to render that upper wall, really. I would rather render like a cutoff here to show that that's how high this room is, really. That's what I want to do. How are you? How could you do this to me? What? You gotta find a better system than this light, or you're gonna end up with too much clutter on your cards. But maybe you won't be switching the pads that often. So maybe it won't be that bad. No, he's replacing heating pads on his GPUs on his Bitcoin mining rig. And he's writing the date on the card itself. And I was just thinking he might end up with a lot of graffiti on it. Then pads too thick. Is that even a thing? Is Bitcoin mining still a thing? Well, maybe not Bitcoin. But other coins. Shit coins. He mines meth. Here I want to have an in flip that says first tile. Oh, I set it as a bool. First tile equals true. And then we do if first tile equals true, then we set first tile to false. And what else? I want to set... You're getting auto-modded? Well, I can't see what you got auto-modded. So I'm using the restream chat right now. I need to fix that later. I got 2 bottles of French rose in me gut. Did it have to be 2 bottles? That sounds like a lot. I'm out after 2 beers. I'll be right back. I don't really want to get better. $3 a.m. here? There you go. You go, Crash. Good night, dude. Starting pile. Thank you. I will do what I can. Bye-bye. No. So we're checking every single tile. First in X, then we go brup, 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 brup. Then we go up one, and then we go brup, 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 brup. And then we go up one, and then brup, 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 brup. Then we go up in depth, and then we go brup, 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 brup. Then we just do that forever. Um, so we do that, and then we find a tile. I've done this before. It's a little bit. So you need, once we find a floor tile, then we check around it to see where we find a wall. I will go have dinner. Good luck with your dinner, dude. And then once we find a wall, then we just need to go in a direction, which let's just pick up. And then we go up, and then we check again everything around us. We won't be fighting any evil McBad dudes for a while, I think. But yeah. So we check the first 8 tiles surrounding the first tile, and then we go up, and then we check the tiles surrounding it. And then after that, we go. We need to record where we came from, and then we check each side of where we came from, and then we pick the wall side, and then we go through the wall until we find a tile where we have not been. And then we go there. The only issue with that is that you might need to add a little clause. Because otherwise, let's say the wall looks like this. And you start checking here. And you start checking the tiles around like this. And then you see that, oh, okay, there's stuff there. Then we go up. And then again, we check all the tiles around us. And then this was where we came from. So then we start checking there and there. Pop, pop. And then we find a wall there, so we keep going there, there, there. That's where we end up. Now we're here, and we do the same thing again. Pop, 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 pop. And then we check where we came from. It's down here. Then we check there and there. We found a wall there. Then we go pop, pop. But then here, we find this wall there. Gotta go charge the headphones and phone. Good luck with... Alright, dude. Good luck with that. And here, this is where the issue crops up. Because now this is where we go, which is fine, kind of. But for our purposes, I would prefer checking this as the corner. So I want this to be the corner. So you have to make like a clause for it to go there instead. And then you do the same thing again here. You came from there. Check there. Now we end up going there. And then we just keep doing the same thing till we've gone through the entire building. Assuming that the building is sealed. Because like what if the building just ends like this or something? But most likely there'll be a door or whatever. And you can also just do these things manually if you need to. What will Martin eat today? He's going to eat his words. Now here, this needs to be a while loop. I don't like while loops. They're spooky, but... while new vector 3 x, y, z does not equal starting tile or timeout int loop timeout So 0. Or loop timeout, it's greater than like 500. Sure, whatever. Set it to -1, that way it will never match anything on the map for the first tile. Then we set loop timeout +1 each time. Oh my god. This is so... Oh. I'm gonna do this. Worldgeneration.cs. And we're doing edge detection. This is what I need to do And yeah, I need to do this. I don't think I finished writing this. Oh, man. Maybe I also go make food. We're so close. Tonight's end time goal, but holy shit, I'm not sure I can manage anything more. But I think we made a pretty large step forward today, regardless. We got this working again. Now the crux is just getting the information that I need to decide where to draw the edges. Because I have already set the edge tile for every tile. But I don't have the information that I need to actually draw them properly in proper places. That's why I need to do this whole thing that I'm trying to do and generate building areas in a better way than I'm doing right now. Because I don't want to do it all manually. I should make an enumerator for the tile types. Enums. Public enum tile type. Tiler type. Zero equals none. How do you do this? None equals 0. No, not. Lore. Out. Floor. What's the diff? There's the floor, and then there's round. Round equals 1. Floor equals 2. Horizontal wall 3. Roof equals 4. Vertical wall equals 5. Door equals 6. needs to be cast to an int. Alright. Can't you do anything here? Like, it's nice that you can do that to, like, label the numbers, but it just sucks that you have to cast it. I don't really know how heavy it is to cast anything. Yeah, no. I wish I could do more, but I can't. Rain is too broken. So we'll stop there until we come back in 45 minutes with some Final Fantasy 14. And we will do another programming stream on Thursday, same time. Unless something comes up. So, until then, thanks for hanging. Have a good day. Bye-bye.